Großes bevor. Der Allianz Tag des Kinos. Am 3. September nur 5 Franken pro Ticket.
Do you sometimes wish your life was more exciting?
Here we go.
Diesen Sommer steht der Welt Großes bevor. Der Allianz Tag des Kinos. Am 3. September nur 5 Franken pro Ticket.
Good afternoon and welcome to the final session on the final day of the 2017 World Para-Athletics Junior Championships, brought to you live from Nottwil in Switzerland. We'll start this session's action with the men's long jump, F11 to F13 in the under 18 and under 20 age groups. Those 8 athletes on your screen there competing across 2 different age groups. The top 4: Pablo Fabrizio Furlan, and 3 Spanish athletes, Sergio Alamar, Winston Ikiwu and Eduardo Uceda, are in the under 18s age group. And in the under 20s, we've got Vegard Dragsen Nielsen of Norway, Kostarin Dimitrov of Bulgaria, Rolando Ezequiel Palacio of Argentina, and Jordi Sanchez Carrasco of Spain. Got javelin in the F35 to 38 classifications starting imminently as well in the field, and the first action on track concerns the men's 400 metres in the T20 classification. Track action starting at 4:10 this afternoon. We had quite a wet session this morning. The track did dry out by the end of the session, and we haven't had any more rain this afternoon, although the clouds overhead are still looking a little bit grey, so we could get some drizzle at some stage this afternoon, but the sun is still working quite hard to try and shine through. Track is dry at the moment. It's a good 5 to 7 degrees cooler than it has been throughout the rest of this competition. So different conditions on the final day of action for the athletes to contend with. If you want to get in contact with us or follow the action on social media, hashtag Nottwil2017, NOTTWHEEL 2017 is the hashtag to use on social media. And of course, if you're watching us live on Facebook, you can put your comments right below this video and show your support for whichever athletes you're tuning in to watch. And wherever you're watching around the world, a very warm welcome to you. So we're not far away from introducing our athletes and getting the action underway. That's the long jump pit that they'll be using momentarily in this F11 to F13 long jump. That is Sergio Alamar Garcia. There he is, wearing 115, Sergio Alamar Garcia. And that's Rolando Ezequiel Palacio of Argentina. He's taking part in the under-20s age group. So that would suggest that we've possibly had a few athletes drop out. Either that or they've not made line-up in time. We'll try and work that out. So the announcer's reading out their names. I've got them on my start sheet, but in terms of people present ready to take part in this long jump, we only seem to have one athlete from the under-18 age group and one athlete from the under-20 age group. This is who we expect to be taking part in the men's javelin, F35 to 38. Under-18s and under-20s here again. Michal Wimmer, Duvan Castro and Lucas Czarnecki are in the under-18s age group. In the under-20s, Rodrigo de la Torre, Luis Lukumi and Mortaza Baharbakt. You can see just at the bottom of your picture there, things being readied for our first track action of this final session. The men's 400 metres T20 under-18 race will be the first on track in little over 5 minutes' time. Let's go over to the javelin and find out just who's taking part. There's Michal Wimmer of the Czech Republic. Duvan Joel Castro Ramirez of Colombia also competing. Wimmer an F37 athlete, Castro an F36 athlete. That's Lukas Czarnecki of Poland, who's also an F37 athlete. The third of the three men competing in the under-18s age group. Moving up to the under-20s. This is Rodrigo Jacob de la Torre Huerta of Mexico. Gold medalist in the discus, silver medalist in the shot put. Next is Luis Fernando Lucumi Villegas, gold in the shot put for him. And this is Mortaza Bakhabakt of Iran, who has also taken part in the shot put here in Nottwil. So those are the 6 men competing across the 2 age groups in the men's javelin, F35 to F38. And this is the start list for the first track event. It's the 400 metres in the T20 classification. We'll start with the men's under-18s race. And we've got a full complement to get things going on Sunday evening here at the World Para-Athletics Junior Championships. Some athletes in this race we've seen before competing in the long jump or the 1500 metres. For others, it's their first and only outing. That's Fanalogi Johannesson of Iceland, bronze medalist in the long jump. Let's meet them in lane order, starting out in lane 8 with Raffaele Di Maggio of Italy. His only event of these championships, a 16-year-old. 7, Ethan Kirby of Great Britain, also his only event. Lane 6 is Michael Barber of Canada, got gold in the 1500 metres. That's Alan Del Valle of Argentina, has already competed here in the long jump, finishing 4th. In 4, Gustavo de Oliveira of Brazil, silver in the long jump earlier on in this competition. Lane 3, Jaard van Kouter of Belgium, 17 today. There's Fanalogi Johannesson. And on the inside, representing Italy, Mario Bertolaso. So a full complement from lanes 1 right through to lane 8 for our first track event of our final session. It's the men's 400 metres, T20 under 18s. Bertolaso, Johannesson, Van Kouter, de Oliveira, Del Valle, Barber, Kirby and Di Maggio. And away we go then. 1 lap of the track for these under-18 T20 athletes. No need to calculate any points here. It is based solely on track position. Going strongly so far in the opening stages. Gustavo de Oliveira of Brazil in the green on the outside. Raffaele Di Maggio is also going pretty strongly. Great Britain's Ethan Kirby is certainly in the mix as well, as is Michael Barber of Canada. And it will be those 4 that will be mainly in contention for the medals as they come around the top bend. Still going very strongly. De Oliveira of Brazil in lane 4 in the green, and it's he who comes just about in front, but DiMaggio is paying him close attention from lane 8. This is going to be a real fight for the line here. Support on the sidelines for De Oliveira, and I think he's just going to get there first. He does ahead of DiMaggio. Bronze for Ethan Kirby of Great Britain, just ahead of Michael Barber of Canada. No doubt who was the man in charge of that race, though. Gustavo de Oliveira of Brazil. Did really well to hold his form and stay strong, despite pressure from the outside from Raffaele DiMaggio. And the Brazilian supporters right on the finish line here at the Sport Arena Nottwil. Well, maybe they were the ones that gave him the edge. Because they were pretty much side by side as they came down the straight. Good level of mutual respect there, and Gustavo de Oliveira shaking hands with all of his on-track rivals. Good run from the Brazilian. Let's have a look at it again. There he is in the green, already made up ground on Alan Del Valle of Argentina, and then he started hunting down the man one further outside him, Ethan Kirby of Great Britain, who did go on to get bronze. And as things straighten themselves out here, it was those two in the foreground of your picture that were almost side by side. Oliveira just managed to stay ahead throughout. You see the Brazilian supporters in the front of your picture there, urging him down the home straight, urging him across the line. And the man from Brazil takes our first gold medal on the final session of action at these World Para-Athletics Junior Championships. And a good run it was as well. There's the start list for our next track event. It's the women's turn in the 400 metres T20 under 18. 3 athletes in this one. Melanie Fernandez of Argentina, Anke Sneyers of Belgium, and Musin Gezer of Turkey. Anke Sneyers of Belgium. Just getting herself set, making sure things are as she likes them. She got a bronze medal in the long jump here already. In fact, the only athlete of the 3 in this race that hasn't yet won a medal here is Melanie Fernandez of Argentina. She was 4th in the long jump. There she is, wearing number 2. Also in this race, Musine Gezer of Turkey. Bit of a surprise package at the Senior World Para-Athletics Championships in London recently. Got a bronze in the 800 metres with a PB, a real shock result that, to announce her arrival on the scene, if you like. That was over 800 metres. This is half the distance. So we're standing by any second to go back down to the track to introduce the next athletes, both to you at home and to everybody here on the side of the track here at the Sport Arena Nottwil. Good support as there has been throughout these championships. People from the local area, as well as all the teams, providing vocal support, of course.
Women under 18 plus T20.
There they are. They'll occupy lanes 3, 4 and 5. In lane 5, Musin Gezer, just 14 years of age, silver medalist in the long jump. That's Anke Snijers of Belgium. She got bronze in that same long jump competition. And this is Melanie Fernandez of Argentina. So 3 athletes, 2 medals on offer, gold and silver only, no prizes for third. The women's 400 meters T20 classification, the under 18 age group. In 3 for Argentina, Melanie Fernandez. In 4 for Belgium, Anke Snijers. And in 5 for Turkey, Musin Gezer. Away they go then. It will be 2 from 3 for the medals. Anke Snijers in the middle there for Belgium. Just starting to eat up a bit of ground on Musin Gezer early on. Those two seem to be leaving Melanie Fernandez behind. So the race for the medals between 2 athletes. Anke Snijers of Belgium in lane 4. Musin Gezer of Turkey in lane 5, who now she's settled into her stride, has made sure that the gap is closed no more from Anke Snijers, and in fact she's starting to really motor here, Musin Gezer, flying round the top bend, leaving Snijers behind, who may have a problem because she's slowed right up and she's being caught by Melanie Fernandez as well. There's going to be no doubt whatsoever about where the gold medal is going here. Musin Gezer of Turkey, a supremely talented 14-year-old, already making waves on the senior stage. She's going to come through to take a junior title here. 102.26, the unofficial time. Anke Snijers, who ran a good opening half of the race, comes through to cross the line for silver. Melanie Fernandez unable to catch her. No doubt whatsoever about who was in charge of that race. Musin Gezer goes to greet and show respect to her competitors. And now covers herself with the Turkish flag. A really, really dominant run. Didn't seem to get put off by Anke Snijers going out pretty hard. There you see the Belgian athlete wearing 20. That's when she started to close up the gap on Gezer, but as the race went on, Gezer just got stronger and stronger, and Snijers faded badly. There she is, just coming into your picture there at the back of the screen. Musin Gezer, focused, determined, looking at the clock. 102.26 was what she stopped the in-stadium clock at here. Anke Snijers absolutely exhausted, but silver nonetheless for her. There is your winner, Musin Gezer of Turkey. Adds that gold medal to silver in the long jump. And that's the start list for the next race on track. We're moving up to the under-20s age group with the men's 400 meters T20. Five athletes competing in this one. Two from Ecuador, Damian Carcelen and Anderson, Colorado. Johannes Hull goes for Germany. Charles-Antoine Kouakou of France and Onur Gupuzlu of Turkey. Just before we meet those athletes, confirmation of the result from the under-18s version of this race that we had first on track earlier on. Gustavo de Oliveira from Brazil, 51-31, 830 points. Good run from him. Silver for Raffaele Di Maggio of Italy, 51-73, 803 points. And bronze for Ethan Kirby of Great Britain, 53-62, 667 points.
Spain.
That's Damian Carcelen of Ecuador. Already claimed a title here in Nottwil in the long jump. He's only entered 2 events. He's seeking for the double, and it would take a heroic performance from somebody else in this field to stop him, because he got silver in the 400 meters at the Senior World Para Athletics Championships in London. Onur Gupuzlu also went in that senior race in London. Finished 6th.
Athletes presentation, 400 meters T20, men under 20. In lane 6.
Let's go through them lane by lane then. Starting in lane 6, Anderson Alexander Colorado Mina of Ecuador, bronze in the long jump. In 5, Johannes Hull of Germany. This is the only event that he's competing in here, so he's fresh. So is this man, Charles-Antoine Kouakou of France. In 3, Damian Carcelen, senior silver medalist over this distance. And going in lane 2, Onur Gupuzlu of Turkey. So this is the men's 400 meters, T20, under 20s. Gupuzlu in 2, Carcelen in 3, Kouakou in 4, Hull in 5, and Colorado in lane 6. And they're away first time, and Carcelen already starts to apply some pressure onto Charles-Antoine Kouakou outside him. Kouakou maybe senses that and gets himself going as well. Johannes Hull of Germany is starting to go past Colorado of Ecuador on his outside. Kouakou going strongly. Carcelen is there in the red as well, so it's those 3 that are looking strongest as we come around the top bend. Now Carcelen starts to motor and he overtakes the lot of them so that he'll come into the home straight well in the lead. It's Damian Carcelen of Ecuador. Kouakou trying to hunt him down. Still in the mix though. In lane 6 is Colorado Mina, but to cross the line first in 49.45, it was Damian Carcelen of Ecuador.
Attention, long jump.
Not quite as quick as he ran in London a few weeks ago. But all that matters here was that it was quick enough for first place for Damien Carcelent. Almost bided his time in that race. And then just went through the gears on the top bend to put himself in pole position coming into the home straight. So a silver in London, a gold in Nottwil for Damien Carcelent. There he was in the red in lane 3. And as they came around into the final 100 metres, he led from Kwaku at that stage. But it was a very good second half of the race for the other Ecuadorian in there, Colorado. Carcelent first, Colorado second for an Ecuador 1-2. Charles-Antoine Kwaku of France, the bronze medalist. Still a pretty decent run for Damien Carcelent, sub 50 seconds. Next race is the women's 400 metres T20 in the under-20s age group. 6 athletes in this one. Marlitha Padilla of Ecuador, Karina Paim of Portugal, Yasmin Keskinsoy and Ezra Bayrak of Turkey, Ran Okabe and Aimi Toyama of Japan.
Und das war der 6. und letzte Versuch für den Spanier Sergio Alamar Garcia. 6th and last attempt.
Dit bij Milieu hat sicher viel gegeben,
4 meters and 55.
That's Aimi Toyama going in lane 3 for Japan. Her and her compatriot Ran Okabe are focusing solely on this, the 400 metres. So they've had to wait until the final session on the final day before they get their chance to compete. But no doubt they've been training hard and preparing for this, as well as supporting their fellow athletes. There's been a real sense of team spirit in all the camps here, and within them and between them. Lots of international friends have been made. Many of these athletes will be competing against each other for many years to come on the senior circuit when they graduate. Some of them already have.
Sechster und letzter Sprung im Weitsprung für Rolando Ezequiel Palacio. Wir warten noch mit dem Start. 6th and last attempt, long jump for Rolando Palacio.
We're just waiting for the T11 to T13 long jump effort to go through. A lot of audible cues needed in that, so silence or near as required within the stadium for that. Once that jump has taken place, we can now meet the athletes for the women's 400 metres T20 under 20. Ezra Bayrak of Turkey goes in lane 7. Gold medalist in the long jump already here in Nottwil. Lane 6, Marlitha Alejandra Padilla Lara of Ecuador. Competed at the 400 metres in London. 12th in the overall standings. This is Ran Okabe of Japan. In 4 for Portugal, Karina Paim. bronze in the long jump for her.
On lane 3 from Japan.
Second of the Japanese athletes in this race, Aimi Toyama. And then in lane 2,
From Turkey, Yasemin.
gold medalist in the shot put, Yasemin Keskinsoy of Turkey. I'm fairly certain she's had a different hairstyle every time I've seen her here in Nottwil. So 6 athletes competing in the women's 400 meters, T20 under 20 age group. Keskinsoy in 2, Toyama in 3, Paim in 4, Okabe in 5, Padilla in 6, Bayrak in lane 7.
Set.
And they get away cleanly. First to make any kind of move, ran Okabe of Japan. She's going well early doors. So is Aimi Toyama, moving up onto the shoulder of Karina Paim, who now, as it starts to straighten out, starts to step on the gas between the 2 Japanese athletes. And it's Karina Paim now at the front of the pack. Aimi Toyama trying to go with her. Ezra Bayrak on the outside is still in the mix as well, as is Ran Okabe, who went out like a shot but may just have played all of her cards too early. Here's Karina Paim then of Portugal. It's going to be her and Aimi Toyama that come into the straight to contest the gold and silver medal positions, unless we've got a quick finish here from Marlitha Padilla. She may just have left it too late, but she's coming through, and Karina Paim is tiring, and just to pinch it in the final few meters, Aimi Toyama of Japan from Karina Paim, and a strong finish in lane 6 from Ecuador's Marlitha Padilla to get bronze. But Toyama, there she is, made sure that she stayed with Paim. And Paim just really, really tightened up with all but 10 meters to go. And Toyama was paying close enough attention to take full advantage and get across the line to claim gold in the women's 400 meters T20. There's Karina Paim in between the 2 Japanese athletes. The one on the inside of her, Toyama, on the outside ran Okabe. Okabe ran a very quick opening 200, but then Paim on the back straight started to get motoring. As they came into the final 100 meters, it looked to be Paim that had the advantage, but Aimi Toyama there with 10 meters to go just broke in front. As Paim started to tire, there she just maybe pulls up Paim. Toyama took full advantage. Marlitha Padilla with an excellent final stage of the race for Ecuador. Got herself into the medal positions. That's what it took out of Aimi Toyama. But it paid dividends to stay with Karina Paim. Result confirmation to bring you from the men's 400 meters under 20 T20 race that happened a few moments ago. Damian Carcelen of Ecuador, 49.46, 939 points, very good time. Silver for his compatriot Anderson Alexander Colorado Mina, 49.89 for him, also sub 50, 916 points. And bronze for Charles-Antoine Kouakou of France, 50.10, 904 points. We'll pick up some long jump action for you after the break.
Do you sometimes wish your life was more exciting?
Here we go.
Diesen Sommer steht der Welt Großes bevor. Der Allianz Tag des Kinos. Am 3. September nur 5 Franken pro Ticket.
Do you sometimes wish your life was more exciting?
Here we go.
Diesen Sommer steht der Welt Großes bevor. Der Allianz Tag des Kinos. Am 3. September nur 5 Franken pro Ticket.
Time to cast our attention over to some long jump action then. In the F11 to F13 classifications. So there is the list of athletes competing in this one. There's an F11 athlete in the under-18 age group and one in the under-20s age group. They have already jumped. They're who we were introduced to at 4 o'clock. It's now the turn of the F13 athletes. So 3 of them in the under-18s age group. Uceda of Spain, Furlan of Brazil, Ikiwu of Spain, and then 3 F13 athletes in the under-20s age group as well. Dragson Nielsen of Norway, Dimitrov of Bulgaria, and Sanchez of Spain. So in the under-18s, Sergio Alamar of Spain has already jumped. And in the under-20s, Rolando Palacio has also finished his competition. As ever, with it being a multi-class field, those distances will be converted into points using the RASA point score system. Takes into account results dating back to the Sydney 2000 Paralympics and also considers trends in performance within each classification from 2004 onwards. It's reviewed, analysed and updated every year. Latest edition released in March 2017 is what's being employed at these World Para Athletics Junior Championships. So the F11 to 13 classifications concern visual impairments. The F11 athletes that have already been athletes with near total visual impairments. All of them compete in blacked out glasses and they have a sighted guide that's pretty much by the takeoff board to assist with the direction and the timing of the run-up and the pacing of the strides, and also the takeoff point as well, with different shouts, claps. A lot of them count as well. And all the athletes that we're going to be introduced to now are in the F13 classification, which is for long jumpers with a minimal visual impairment affecting depth perception for the jump takeoff. There we are, standing by to meet our athletes. Who's that having a bit of a jig? Winston Masisosa Ikiwu Smith of Spain. I think the tracks stop, Winston. Oh no, another one's kicked in. He's got some more grooves for us. I can't wait to see what he does when the camera is pointed at him. Eduardo Uceda of Spain. Competed in the 100 and the 200. Not medalled yet. Moved on to Winston Masisosa Ikiwu Smith of Spain. Yes, you. We seem to have missed out Pablo Forlan there, the poor chap in Brazil. And to the under-20s then, that's Vegard Dragsen Nielsen of Norway. Kostadin Dimitrov of Bulgaria. And Jordi Sanchez, also of Spain, in the under-20s age group. Yeah, we did miss him. I think we did. There he is anyway. That's Pablo Fabricio Forlan, very much in this competition. He's in the under-18s age group. So while they prepare to get this competition underway, two Spanish athletes clamouring for the limelight. Got a result to confirm for you in the women's 400 metres T20 under-20 race. Gold for Aimi Toyama of Japan, 101.86, 848 points for her. Just pipping Karina Paim of Portugal to the post, 102.21. Was good enough for silver for Paim, 831 points. And bronze went to Malitha Alejandra Padilla Lara of Ecuador, 103.13, 786 points. So here we go then with the men's long jump. First to go in the T13 classification, Eduardo Manuel Uceda Novas. Red flag in the first round for him. Remember, all these athletes competing with a visual impairment that does affect their depth perception, particularly crucial at the takeoff point. This is Pablo Forlan of Brazil. gold medalist in the 100 metres. The 17-year-old. His idol is Usain Bolt. Wonder how Usain Bolt would fare in the long jump. I bet he's tried it in training. I reckon he'd be pretty good as well, but I guess you can't really quadruple up at major championships in the 1, the 2, the 4x1 and the long jump. That might be asking a bit too much, even for a great man such as him. Of course, dethroned last night at the IAAF World Championships in London. I'm sure that won't have done anything to taint his reputation and his impact on the motivation of this man, Pablo Furlan. He's now ready to go. No jump in round 1 for Uceda. How can Pablo Furlan do? Not very well by his own standards. He didn't seem particularly pleased or at ease with that performance. Sometimes athletes just need a jump or two to settle them down. Some athletes go hard very early and want to set out their stall with a big jump. Some just take a little while to grow into the competition. 5 meters 12 is the starting point for Pablo Furlan of Brazil. This man's got plenty of energy. Winston Ikiwu of Spain. He was dancing just before the athletes were introduced to the crowd. Got plenty of pace on the runway as well, all about timing the takeoff. Well, he seems to have fallen backward there on landing. Remember, it is the rearmost mark in the sand that gets measured back towards the board. You see, plenty of pace. Just leaning back, fell in, yeah, there his elbows will have touched the sand. That's where the measurement will be made from. So for that reason, it's set at 4:35 for the opening round for Ikiwu Smith of Spain. On to the under-20s age group. Vegard Dragson Nielsen of Norway. What can he produce with his first round attempt? Sixth in the 100 metres. Will compete later on this evening in the 4x100 metre relay for Team Nordic. Flying down the runway. How's the takeoff? It's good. It's white flagged. That's a solid start for Dragson Nielsen. See good technique driving with the arms, knees high. We took off a touch early, but remember in the T13 classification, the athletes do have a visual impairment that affects their depth perception. 6 meters and 8 centimeters. Certainly not a bad start for the Norwegian. Next to open his account in this competition, Kostadin Dimitrov of Bulgaria. Raced in the 100 and the 200, didn't really get into medal contention. .608 the benchmark set by Dragson Nielsen. What can Dimitrov open his account with? It's white flagged, so it will be measured. You see real strain and determination to carry as much speed and momentum into the board. It was measured at 5:26 for Dimitrov. So the long jump, T11 to T13 underway. We're going to turn our attention back to the track now. We've got the men's 100 metres, T53 to 54, the under-18s race first. Starting in lane 8, Samuel Rizzo of Australia. 2 bronzes and a silver so far. Takumi Sasahara. Saw him in the 400 metres already. Miguel Jimenez Vergara, 2 golds and a silver, enjoying a very good championships here. Ludwig Malta of Austria goes in lane 5, perhaps better over the longer distances. Gold in the 800 and the 1500, but outside the medals in the 2 and the 4. Lane 4, Spencer Kimbrough of the USA. A couple of bronze medals in the 200 and the 400 for him. He's the only T53 athlete in this lineup. Lane 3, Tristan Ademis of Germany. Narrowly missed out on bronze in the 800 metres. Did get silver in the 200. So he has medalled here. So is this man, Abdullah Al Ghafari. Silver in the 800 metres for him. Not quite so good over the shorter distances though. And this is 13-year-old Dario Studer of Switzerland, representing the host nation in lane 1 to a very warm reception indeed. Good experience for Studer to be in the company of athletes of this caliber. So it's the men's 100 metres, T53 to 54, under 18s. Away we go, Rizzo doing pretty well in lane 8. It's the Australian that leads this at the moment, but there's a whole pack of them coming through, including Tristan Ademis in lane 3, and he might just get it on the line. It's close between him and Rizzo. I think bronze definitely went to Miguel Jimenez Vergara. 15:80, the unofficial time. But that was very close indeed between Tristan Ademis in lane 3 and Samuel Rizzo in lane 8. It was Rizzo that got ahead early, but then there were a pack of athletes surging through the middle in the latter stages of the race. Ademis of Germany making a very late claim for a gold medal. Remember, these times will be turned into points with this being a multi-classification race. Spencer Kimbrough in lane 4 in the T53 classification. Everybody else racing against each other for track position, if you like, in the T54 classification. On the left there you see Samuel Rizzo of Australia is well in front, but then once Tristan Ademis of Germany starts going, very, very close on the line. Oh, still difficult to tell. Jimenez Vergara, definitely the bronze medalist. Here's the start list for our next race. It's the women's 100 metres, T53 to 54 in the under 18 age group. Another full lineup. Many of these athletes have medalled here already. Including Hannah Dedrick of the USA, who until this morning in the 1500 metres had a perfect copybook of 3 golds from gold. She was beaten in the 1500 metres this morning by Lizia Musinelli, who also goes in this race. So just to confirm, in the previous race, the men's 100 metres T53 to 54 under 18s, it was won by Tristan Ademis on the line of Germany by 9/1000th of a second ahead of Samuel Rizzo of Australia. Third to cross the line was Jimenez Vergara, but we have to calculate the points and factor in Spencer Kimbrough's time before we work out where the medals are. Let's meet the athletes then in this, the women's under 18 race. 8 is Elizabeth Flock of USA. In lane 7, Sini Paukeri of Finland. Going in 6, and perhaps unlucky not to have medalled so far at these Junior World Championships, Eden Rainbow Cooper of Great Britain. Narrowly outside the medals on a number of occasions over most of the other distances. Lucia Montenegro of Argentina goes in lane 5, silver in the 200 and the 400. In 4, Lizia Musinelli of Switzerland, a very popular winner of the 1500 metres this morning. Silver medalist in the 800 as well. Has got better as the distances have got further, so maybe doesn't quite have the raw pace required to contest at the very top of this 100 metre race. No doubt whatsoever that this lady does. Hannah Dedrick of the USA, just 14 years of age, 3 golds and a silver here already. Wyra Huber, the second Swiss athlete in this field, goes in lane 2. And in lane 1, the only athlete in this race in the T53 classification, Julia Wüthen of Germany. Plenty of interested spectators lining the entire length of the 100 metre straight here at the Sport Arena Nottwil for this race. It's the women's 100 metres, T53 to 54, under 18s. Away we go then. in the final race for these athletes in the T53-54 classifications, and it's Hannah Dedrick in lane 3 who is absolutely streaking away, going well in lane 5, Lucia Montenegro of Argentina, and then in lane 6, Eden Rainbow Cooper is going to put herself right in the mix for a medal finally here in Nottwil. Hannah Dedrick has reigned supreme across every distance other than the 1500 meters here in the last 4 days. And it became pretty clear pretty early on that she was going to pull away and continue to stay away from the rest of the field. Lucia Montenegro, who has been runner-up to Dedrick in the 200 and the 400, was runner-up to her again on the track in that race. Crossing the line third, Eden Rainbow Cooper of Great Britain. But remember, Julia Wurten in lane 1 is a T53 athlete, so her time will be converted into points using a slightly different formula relative to her classification. So it's the points again that will determine the destination of the medals. Hannah Dedrick, though, showing her class in that field with a really, really good display. In the sky blue in the center there, Lucia Montenegro doing everything she could to try and go with her. Dedrick across the line first, Montenegro across the line second, and I apologize, actually sneaking in on the near side. It was Elizabeth Flock that crossed the line third. So the other American athlete in that race did cross the line third ahead of Great Britain's Eden Rainbow Cooper. Flock with a handful of bronze medals already here in the 2, the 4 and the 800. And she crossed the line third in that race. So as ever, those times will be converted into points relative to the athletes' individual classifications, and we'll get you the result as soon as we have it. More 100-meter action coming for you now as we move into the men's T52 to 54 under 20s age group. There's the start list for it. 7 athletes going in this one. There they are, all lined up, ready to go, ready to be introduced.
Athletes presentation, 100-meter wheelchair, T52 to 54.
So we've got athletes from T52, T53 and the T54 classifications in this race. Starting in lane 8 with Yusei Kimura. In 7, Nico Ristiranta of Finland. 6, Jack Agnew of Great Britain. Golds in the longer distances, the 800 and the 1500. Silver in the 400, bronze in the 200. Prefers a longer distance, but could be in the mix here. Riku Wakayama of Japan going in lane 5 to complete the quartet of T54 athletes. Just missed out on bronze in the 400, Wakayama. In 4, Philip Croft from USA. 3 silvers and a bronze here in Nottwil for him. He's in the T53 classification, as is this man in lane 3, Juan Adane Put Uitz of Mexico. And going in lane 2, the only T52 athlete in this race, Isaiah Rigo of the USA, gold in the 200 and the 400. He is very quick indeed. So this is the men's 100 meters, T52 to 54 under 20s. Away we go then with the men's 100 metres, T52 to 54. And going out hard, Juan Adenauer in lane 3, but coming through to finish strongly. Jack Agnew of Great Britain was first across the line there, I think just ahead of Riku Wakayama. Really strong finish from the British athlete who, I said at the start of the race, seems to have preferred the longer distances here in Nottwil, but he used his raw power and strength there to emerge just in front of the rest of the T54 athletes. He was first across the line, Agnew. But of course, with athletes from 3 different classifications within that race, things do just need to be calculated based on the points. But there with the white helmet in the just to the left of centre of your screen, Jack Agnew working really hard on his right as we look at it. Riku Wakayama, you can see how hard he's working with the front wheel of his chair lifting up on the right hand side. Juan Adenauer in the T53 classification went really well. Agnew across the line just about first ahead of Wakayama. And then the Mexican Juan Puitwitz was third across the line. But as ever, we will need the Razor Point score system to tell us exactly who places where. That's the man you may have heard singing the word Mexico in a tone that's become synonymous with these championships over the last few days. He thinks Juan Adenauer might have done enough in that race, and he may well have done to take gold, but we will wait and find out once the points have all been totted up. I've got a fistful of results to bring you information on in a matter of moments, but we've got to go back down to the track again because it's fast and furious on the final night of action here in Nottwil. Got another 100-metre race here. It's a non-medal event. It's the women's T54 under 20s. Abby Farrell competing solo, as she has done in all of the disciplines here in Nottwil, although in the 800 and the 1500 she was in a position to race with the under 18 athletes. So it's Abby Farrell of the USA in lane 3. Over 100 metres. And away she goes. She is pretty quick. Tatiana McFadden holds the world record at 15:35, 18:44. Abby Farrell crosses the line in, unofficially of course. She's pretty quick, Abby Farrell. And I'm sure as she progresses throughout her career, Tatiana McFadden, the current holder of that world record, will prove to be an inspiring figure for her. Never easy to go in a race on your own. I guess maybe one of the easiest to do it in is the 100 metres. It's just a case of exploding from the start, working as hard as you can from start to finish. That's exactly what Abby Farrell did there. 18:44 unofficially the time for her. Bring you up to date with some more results then. In the men's javelin under 18s, F35 to 38, that was won by Lukas Czarnecki of Poland. 42 meters 61, 825 points. Very good indeed from Czarnecki to take gold. Silver in that one for Duvan Castro Ramirez of Colombia in the F36 classification. 26 meters 60, 424 points for him. Another field event, the under-20s men's javelin F35 to 38 was won by Luis Lucumi of Colombia, 47-22, 927 points. Really, really good throw from the Colombian for gold. Rodrigo de la Torre of Mexico getting silver in that 590. Only 3 athletes in there, so only gold and silver to give out. We're just looking back in the direction of the men's T11 to T13 long jump. In a moment or two, so time to bring you a couple more results. In the under-18 women's 100 meters T51 to T54, Hannah Dedrick, the gold medalist, 1694, 890 points for her. Lucia Montenegro of Argentina, silver medal, 1766, 766 points. Elizabeth Flock of the USA getting the bronze there, just 6/100ths of a second ahead of Eden Rainbow Cooper of Great Britain, who again just misses out on a medal. This is Jordi Sanchez of Spain. It's his 3rd round effort in the T11 to T13 long jump competition. Arching his back to then propel everything forward and try and gain as much distance as he possibly can. Remember, in the T13 classification, the athletes have visual impairment that affects their depth perception and therefore the timing and precision of their takeoff. 5 meters 14 it is for Sanchez in round 3. So into round 4 in the under-18 age group. This is Eduardo Uceda of Spain. Here he goes, Uceda for round 4. Just rubbing his right thigh there. Just had to check his stride a touch. And he doesn't seem entirely happy with what he's been able to produce there in round 4. You see his left leg landed pretty straight, but his right leg just seemed to bend in underneath him, maybe the cause of some of his discomfort. Looked painful for Uceda. It's been measured at 464. Some members of Team GB there. Another result to bring you and confirm for you in the under-18 men's T51 to T54 100 meters. It was gold for Spencer Kimbrough of the United States of America. In the T53 classification, 16:21 for him, 647 points. Tristan Ademis for Germany with silver, ahead of Samuel Rizzo of Australia, separated by 9/1000ths of a second. This is Pablo Furlan of Brazil then in the long jump. Opened his account earlier on with 5 meters 12.
And world champion and triple gold medalist in London 2017.
Left-footed takeoff for the bright yellow spikes of Pablo Furlan.
Edon
Measured at 5 meters 26 for Pablo Furlan, so consistently getting past the 5 meter mark, the Brazilian.
Silver medalist, representing Italy, Raffaella Di Maggio.
This is Winston Ikiu of Spain. Lightning quick down the runway.
Gold medalist,
Just had to lengthen his stride just before the board there.
Gustavo Enrique de Oliveira Diaz.
You see he carries an awful lot of pace. But he knew the board was approaching and just tried to stretch out to get there. And that won't really have helped him, leaning back with his right elbow. As the jump will now be measured from that point. And for that reason, it's at 3 meters 88 for Winston Ikiu. More results to confirm for you in the women's T51 to 54 100 meters. The time for Abby Farrell racing in that non-medal event was confirmed at 18 seconds 42, 616 points. A good solo race by Abby Farrell. This is round 4 for Vegard Dragsen Nielsen of Norway. Has gone over 6 meters in this competition already. Just ran through on that one, just mistimed it. See another man who competes in the sprints as well. And he knew pretty early on he didn't really want to commit to it. Pulled out mid-air. It was still measured at 4:02, but that's by no means a marker of the ability that Dragsen Nielsen has. Next to go will be Kostadin Dimitrov of Bulgaria. And while we wait for his jump, another result to confirm for you in the under-20 men's 100 metres, T51 to 54. Gold in that one for Isaiah Rigo of the United States of America, 1798, 823 points for the T52 athlete. Juan Adane Puitwitz of Mexico with silver. Philip Croft of the USA in bronze. Putting Jack Agnew of Great Britain, who won the race in terms of crossing the line first, down into 4th when the points were totaled. So that was Kostadin Dimitrov. Round 4 now, so we're making headway in this men's long jump. .5:26 Dimitrov opened with. You see, sort of landing with his feet and then making sure that he ducked them in and swiveled his body around so that they didn't go further back, as we saw with Winston Ikiu Smith. That's 5:34 for Dimitrov. A good performance from him. A reminder that there are 3 T13 athletes taking part in the under-18 age group, 3 T13 athletes taking part in the under-20 age group. There is 1 T11 athlete in each of the 2 age groups as well that have already jumped. So as ever, their distances will be converted into points. So these guys are competing directly against each other in terms of the battle to be the best of the T13 athletes, but then their best distance will be calculated, turned into points, matched up against that of the T11 athlete, and from there the rankings will be decided. This is Jordi Sanchez of Spain. 5 meters 14 centimeters last time out.
Ladies and gentlemen, the World Junior Championship medalists.
It's not going to make it past 5 meters this time. 4.82 in round 4 for Jordi Sanchez.
Ladies and gentlemen, victory ceremony for Paralympic men, T20 all the 20 years.
And you see the terrific facility that is the Sport Arena Nottwil in the grounds of the Swiss Paraplegic Centre there. You can see in the background, and lots of renovation work going on to improve this facility further. Lots and lots of spectators we've had through the gates over the last 4 days.
Jean-Antoine Coucou.
Still got plenty more action to come. The final session on the final day, we've got 1,500 meters on track in just over 5 minutes time. And then we've got some 400s as well. And we've also got a 4x100 meter relay contested between Team Argentina, Team Japan, Team Nordic and Team USA.
Gold medalist representing Ecuador, Damian Carcelén.
I'm sure he's listening to the commentary on the live stream. I'm sure he is. He's probably not, in fairness. Those of you that are, thank you for it. I hope that we've kept you entertained over the last few days, and as I say, still lots more to come. To let us know what you've thought of these championships, what your favourite performances have been. If you're watching on Facebook, pop that in the comments below. If you're a Twitter user, hashtag Nottwheel2017, NOTTWHEEL 2017 is the hashtag. And if you couldn't get here to physically watch, we hope that we've brought you as much action as we possibly could on the live stream. And if you couldn't be here, then make sure you are next time. This is the inaugural World Para-Athletics Junior Championships, but the success and achievements of the athletes here over the last 4 days, I'm certain that it will become a regular fixture on the calendar going forward.
Ladies and gentlemen, the World Junior Championship medalists.
Got small fairground rides, bouncy castles here to keep the younger spectators entertained. They have been watching their fair share of the action on the track and in the field as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, victory ceremony for 400-meter women T20 under 20 years. Please welcome the medalists.
We're standing by very shortly to start our next field event, which is in the men's javelin, F51 to 57. Won't be long until those athletes are introduced to the crowd and to you at home. Here are the athletes that will contest that. Only one athlete in the under 18 age group, so that's a non-medal event. It's Saud Abdulaziz Rahmatullah of the United Arab Emirates. Then 3 athletes competing in the under 20 age group in the F51 to 57 classifications. Fernando de la Calleja Gallardo of Mexico, Mojtaba Kamali of Iran, and Mahmoud Ahmadi Balataki of Iran. A couple of athletes in this competition that we haven't yet seen at these championships. Been here for the duration, and they're getting their outing about an hour and a half into the final session, so that have been watching their teammates' successes. The next track action coming shortly after we meet the javelin athletes, one would imagine, is the 1500 meters, the men's T45 to 47 under 18s race. That'll be a straight head-to-head between Luke Nottwil and Mauricio Esteban Orrego Campos. So that's a little taster of what's to come. Don't go anywhere, it's just around the corner.
Do you sometimes wish your life was more exciting?
Here we go.
Diesen Sommer steht der Welt Großes bevor. Allianz Tag des Kinos. Am 3. September nur 5 Franken pro Ticket.
Do you sometimes wish your life was more exciting?
Here we go.
Diesen Sommer steht der Welt Großes bevor. Allianz Tag des Kinos. Am 3. September nur 5 Franken pro Ticket.
Welcome back to Nottwil. It's the final session on the final day of the World Para Athletics Junior Championships 2017. We've got more track action now in the shape of the men's 1500 metres, T45 to 47. In the under 18 classification.
From Mexico, Fernando de la Calle Calardo. From Iran, Moitaba Kamari. And also from Iran, Mahmoud Hamadi Marutaki.
Those are the athletes competing in the men's javelin, F51 to 57. That's 124 Saud Abdulaziz Rahmatullah of UAE. The only under 18 athlete in there. Fernando de la Calleja, Mojtaba Kamali and Mahmoud Ahmadi Balataki of Iran in the under 20s age group.
45-47, men under 18.
And we will now indeed go down to the track. Straight head-to-head for a gold medal. Both athletes in the T46 classification. That's Mauricio Orrego of Chile. And that's Luke Nottwil of Great Britain. Orrego has already competed here in the 400 metres, came fourth in that. Luke Nottwil here in Nottwil solely to race in the 1500 metres. So this could be quite a tactical one. Luke Nottwil and Mauricio Esteban Orrego Campos in the men's 1500 metres, T45 to 47, under 18s age group. Nottwil in the blue, Orrego in the red. And early on, Orrego just happy to sit on the shoulder of Luke Nottwil. So with both of these athletes in the same classification, it is all down to who crosses the line first. Huge Union Jack there waving to support Luke Nottwil. As the sun peeks out from behind the clouds here. Just warm things up a little bit. Nottwil just a quick look over his right shoulder to see exactly where Orrego Campos is. He's behind you, right behind you. It's always interesting to figure out whether Orrego is having to work really hard to sit there behind Luke Nottwil, or whether he is just going to sit there and sit there and sit there until he launches an attack in the latter stages of the race. The only way we'll find out is to let this unfurl.
Die beiden Athleten über 1500 Meter immer noch zusammen in Führung der Engländer.
No change as they come down the home straight once more. Luke Nottwil of Charnwood Athletics Club. Pretty close to my house, that.
2 laps to go.
2 laps remaining. 2:07.61 the split time. Got to say, I'm enjoying what you might call a bit of a techno beat that sits in the background of this 1500 metre race. I mean, we could be showing you lap 1 or 2 here because the gap between them has never changed. It's always been Nottwil from Orrego since the get-go. Surely one of them's got to do something decisive at some point. And here comes that decisiveness from Mauricio Orrego of Chile. Moves around to go in front of Luke Nottwil as they come around to take the bell. And I'll take it 3:18.27 the split time, and now one would expect that the pace of this race will pick up, and it's Orrego who's leading. Question here is who's got the most left in the tank. Nottwil now on the back straight, accelerates again, goes side by side. The response comes though from Orrego. Nottwil can't get round him. Both of them really working hard now. Nottwil still trying to make that move, but Orrego closing the door, and Nottwil just filters in behind him. Maybe that burst of energy as they went onto the back straight has just overdone it for Luke Nottwil. It was a really good response by Orrego. He's kicking hard again, Nottwil grimacing. Has Luke Nottwil got anything left? Can he hunt down Orrego? He's going to give it another go. He's going to have another attack here. This is going to be really close between Luke Nottwil and Orrego, but I think Mauricio Orrego is just going to hang on. He does. 4:21.42 is the unofficial time. Fascinating mind games around 1,500 meters there between the two youngsters, and a good show of mutual respect there at the end of the race. Both of them making attacking moves on the final lap. Nottwil thought he got himself in front of Orrego. If he'd have just managed to go a few more paces before Orrego responded, Nottwil may have just tucked himself in front. Then it could have been a different story. But Orrego kicked back and then kicked hard. And he is pretty happy with that. It's gold in the men's 1,500 meters for him. So after coming fourth in the 400 meters, Orrego is the gold medalist in the 1,500. His motto, in case you're interested, is "Don't let anything stop you." And he didn't let Luke Nottwil stop him on his quest for a gold medal there. Blowing a kiss, waving goodbye to the camera. Congratulations to Mauricio Esteban Orrego Campos. Now, I'm sure we're going to show you some highlights of the race here, but for the first 3 laps, it was looking exactly like this. Luke Nottwil, Orrego just sitting on his shoulder. I asked the question whether Orrego was comfortable there or whether he was having to work hard to stick with Luke Nottwil. He answered that on the final lap by showing his pace. This was as they were coming down the home straight to cross the finish line for 2 laps to go. They plodded on like that for almost another 400 meters until this point, when Mauricio Orrego just ghosted past Nottwil, wanted to take the bell at the front of the race, did just that. But then Nottwil, as soon as they went around the first bend and onto the back straight, this is where he tried to make his move, Nottwil. You feel if he had just nudged in front there, it could have been a slightly different race. He tried again as Orrego continued to respond, but then Orrego just had a touch extra kick about him, and the strength just about to hold off Luke Nottwil and win that race. Really fascinating tactical battle that. We've got 2 athletes in our next race. It's 1,500 meters again in the T45 to 47 classifications, this time in the under 20s age group. There in the white vest and the red shorts representing Bulgaria is Christian Stoyanov, and in the green of Lithuania, Lukas Gusčius. Both of these raced in the 400 meters here earlier on in these championships. Stoyanov finished 4th, Gusčius finished 5th. And 2 of them are in different classifications. Gusčius of Lithuania, a T45 athlete. Stoyanov, a T46 athlete. And in this group of classifications, runners adjust for asymmetric upper body balance, especially affecting the ability to deliver power evenly through the running cycle. And as a general rule in groups of classifications, the higher the number, the more severe the impairment. 48.40 through the 300-meter mark for Stoyanov, who leads this.
In front of the race, Christian Stoyanov, Bulgaria.
He's the T46 athlete, Gusčius the T45 athlete. Stoyanov is a very good 1500-meter runner indeed. He got bronze in the Senior World Para-Athletics Championships in London. He also competed at the Paralympic Games in Rio last year and got silver over this distance in the European Championships in the same year in Grosseto. So he is very, very good over this distance, Stoyanov. Next split time 1:53.91. That's a 65-second lap from Stoyanov. Very good pace indeed. He's stretched out a considerable advantage over Gusčius in terms of track position, but remember the two athletes in two different classifications, so their times will be converted into points using the Rasa point score system. Stoyanov coming through to approach the line to take the bell, and he does so at 3:01.24. 68-second lap that time round in comparison to a 65-second lap the previous 400 meters covered. Now he steps on it and starts to really stretch out his legs down the back straight. Lukas Gusčius is just coming through to take the bell. 1 lap to go for him. Stoyanov is out towards the top bend and he is really, really pushing this as hard as he possibly can. $100 meters or so to go then. All about amassing a points total that's going to try and beat Gusčius to gold. Only a gold medal at stake here. It's going to be just past the 4-minute mark for Christian Stoyanov. Clock on the finish line stops at 4:05.12, unofficial of course, until it's all verified. You can see the grimace on the face of Christian Stoyanov. Hard work that, essentially ran most of the race on his own. Lukas Gusčius is just about to come through to complete his final 100 meters. Clock ticking now up to 4:45. Gusčius may just get inside 5 minutes here. He will. Comes across the line in 4:55.67. Of course, unofficial until that's verified. So those two athletes will now have their times put through the various calculations to give us a points total and decide where the gold medal goes. Only a gold, with there only being 2 athletes in contention for it. So as we expected from the beginning, Christian Stoyanov opening up a gap back to the T45 athlete Lukas Guscius. He's posting some pretty impressive lap times, Stoyanov. 65 and 68. Last lap was a 64-second lap. And you can see what it took out of him. Terrific effort. He'll be hoping that has done enough to win him gold. Guscius of Lithuania then came through to finish sub 5 minutes, 4:55.67 on the in-stadium clock. So some results to bring you now from the long jump competitions that were taking place in the T11 to T13 classifications. In the under 18 age group, it was Pablo Furlan of Brazil that claimed gold, 5 meters 40 his leap, 377 points. Sergio Alamar Garcia of Spain got silver, Eduardo Uceda of Spain got bronze. And this is the start list for the women's version of the T11 to T13 long jump competitions. In the under 18 age group, Margarita Pacciola of Italy, Alba Garcia Falagan of Spain, Isabel Vera Balcazar of Spain, Maria de los Angeles Garcia Melero, also of Spain. And then in the under 20s age group, Larissa Brown of Canada, Gabriela Ferreira of Brazil, and Meritxell Playa Faus of Spain. So we'll meet the athletes going in that long jump competition very shortly. Another result to bring you in the men's under 20s. Vegard Dragsen Nielsen of Norway claiming gold for that, 6 meters and 8, 686 points for him. Silver for Jordi Sanchez of Spain. Bronze for Kostadin Dimitrov of Bulgaria. So the athletes just going through their warm-up routines ahead of this women's long jump competition. So it is multi-classification between T11 to T13, and in this instance the 2 T13 athletes will go first. They use the regular takeoff board, shall we say, the one that that able-bodied long jumpers use. And then in the T11 and T12 classifications, the takeoff area is larger to take into account the level of visual impairment of the athletes. And as long as they take off from within the takeoff area, it's a legal jump. And then the jump is measured from the takeoff point. But although the 2 T13 athletes will go first in the competition. And separately, they're all competing for distances to amass as many points as possible, as ever in the multi-classification system. Still plenty of spectators here in the Sunday evening sunshine. There's a nice cool breeze rippling around the Sport Arena Nottwil. But it is still a very pleasant afternoon. I used to say the sky is clearing all the time after the downpour that we had in this morning's session that made track conditions pretty difficult, and in the field as well, of course. Another result to confirm for you in the under-18 T42 to 47 1500 metres men's race. Gold in that one, as we saw a few moments ago, for Mauricio Esteban Orrego Campos of Chile. 4:21.43 was the official time. 505 points. Just about half a second ahead of Luke Nottwil of Great Britain. So gold there for Mauricio Orrego. Just lining up the two T13 athletes that will go first in this long jump competition.
Athletes presentation, long jump, class 13. Two athletes.
And here they are. Wearing 82, competing for Italy, Margherita Pacciola. 2 bronze medals on the track here already in Nottwil in the 100 and the 200.
Margherita Pacciola. And with the starting number 180.
And also competing in the T13 classification, Maria de los Angeles Garcia Mayero. She was the gold medalist in the 100 meters and got silver in the 200. So expect to see her flying down the runway. Then the question is, how does she convert that into distance into the sandpit? So the T13 athletes use the regular takeoff board. That's why they're grouped together and going first before the T11 and T12 athletes. See as this competition progresses how the long jump works for T11 and T12 athletes. But we'll start with Margherita Pacciola of Italy. It's a white flag, which is always a solid start. As I say, 2 bronzes in the sprint event, so she's pretty quick. Making sure that she flung herself forward on contact with the sand. Pacciola opens with 3 meters 92. So that's a reference point for Garcia of Spain to work with. Very deliberate in placing her marker there for the start of her approach for round 1 in this women's long jump, T11 to T13. There we see how quick she is down the runway. Sprung forward as soon as she landed. It is quite breezy down there, which can make things a little bit difficult. Accelerates away and then gets into the upright motion. There you see just how much momentum she had after she landed. She measured at 393, so would you believe it? Just 1 centimetre further than Margherita Pacciola after round 1. Can Pacciola surpass the 4-metre mark? There's gold, silver and bronze up for grabs in this, with 4 athletes in the under-18 age category, 2 F12 athletes to come. That was very good on the board from Margherita Pacciola, and as such it's an improvement in round 2. 4 meters 15. So Garcia went 1 centimetre better than Pacciola in round 1. Just waiting for a moment until Pacciola returns from speaking to her coaching staff over behind the barriers there, behind the track, before we can start with Garcia's second round effort. Pacciola out past 4 meters then. What kind of response can Garcia produce? There's your answer. And she's got an answer for everything Pacciola's producing in the early stages of this competition. 4 meters 31. Garcia doing the same as Pacciola and just nipping over to the side to speak to her coach. So far it's been anything you can do, I can do better. What's Pacciola got in round 3? She's just misjudged that. It's been red flagged anyway. Ended up with quite an awkward landing as well. Let's just have a look at it once again. She was over the board anyway. And whether she maybe felt that and tried to just pull out of it in midair. In any case, it wasn't particularly graceful, let's say, to be fair to Pacciola that time. So in rounds 1 and 2, Garcia has bettered the performance of her opponent. No jump in round 3 for Pacciola. Can Garcia continue to improve? 4:31 is the target. You see again the pace on the runway. Not bad on the board, but perhaps not as much power as she produced in her previous 2 jumps. 4:09 it is, so it's pretty much in the middle of them. She still leads in this battle between the 2 T13 classified athletes. Remember the T12 athletes, both in this under 18 age group and also in the under 20s age group to come. So Pacciola dusting herself down. No jump in round 3. Best so far of 4:15. The target set by Garcia of Spain, 4:31. Can Pacciola rectify that 3rd round jump? It's white flagged, so she got the approach right. She was pretty interested to find out what that was. It looked pretty clean. Very good on the board as well.
3 meters and 92.
It's an exact replica of her 1st round jump, 3:92. So no improvement on her current best, which stands at 4 meters 15. Result to confirm for you in the men's 1500 meters T42 to 47 under 20s race. Christian Stoyanov of Bulgaria, 4:05.14, 796 points, gold medal in this. Round 4 then for Garcia in the long jump. Again, her momentum carries her tumbling through. Looked like it may well have been red flag. Let's have another look. Ooh, it's close. So Pacciola, 392, 4:15, no jump in round 3, 392 again in round 4. 4:31 is the target. It's not beyond the realms of her ability. See again all of the athletes in this long jump very quick. That's why most of them transfer their abilities over onto the track as well. Short of the board there, Pacciola. And perhaps didn't quite jump with quite the correct trajectory, so 340 it is. So penultimate effort for Maria Garcia of Spain. 4:31 in round 2 remains her best so far. Can she pull it all together to get out towards 4.5 meters?
Final result in javelin throwing for Oitava Cavani, Iran, 31 meters 94. Der Beste der 6 Würfe des Iraners wurde mit 31 Meter 94 gemessen.
Short of the 4-meter mark this time for Garcia at 391. So both athletes have got one jump remaining. One jump to try and find an extra few centimeters. It's 4:15 is the best for Pacciola. Remember, although the distances between Pacciola and Garcia are comparable because they're in the same classification of T13, there are still 2 T12 athletes in this women's long jump still to compete. And therefore, 2 slightly different point score system formulas to work out where the medals go. Here we go then, final effort for Margherita Pacciola. 4:15 is her best, 4:31 is the target to try and get past from her opponent Garcia. What has she managed to come up with in the final round? She's certainly intrigued to find out. It was pretty difficult in many long jump competitions. You normally get a good 5, maybe even 10 minutes rest between jumps. Here with just 2 athletes going, it's fairly unforgiving. It's another one right up towards 4 meters for Pacciola, 396. So she did get over 4 meters once, 4:15. All she can do now is wait to find out whether that's good enough for a medal. Garcia will get a medal. It all depends on what colour that is, because she's already beaten Pacciola in the same classification. 4:31 is her best. Can she improve? It's red flag though in the final round for Maria Garcia of Spain. So 4:31 is the best that she's managed. She also managed that in round 2. So Pacciola faces an anxious wait to see how Alba Garcia Falagan and Isabel Vera Balcazar of Spain get on. Will be a medal for Garcia Melero. What colour? We won't know for a while yet. Going back onto the track momentarily. We've got 400-meter action coming up in the T34 classification. T34 classification is a wheelchair racing classification. Now, once again, as a reminder of the athletes competing in the long jump, because I think before we go down to the track, we're going to be introduced to the remaining long jump competitors.
Presentation of the rest of athletes in long jump women.
So we're going to meet the T11 and T12 athletes taking part in this women's long jump. In the under 18s, we've seen Margarita Pacciola and Maria de Los Angeles Garcia Mayero go already. This is Alba Garcia Falagan of Spain, and her compatriot Isabel Vera Balcazar. That's the under 18s then, and this the under 20s. That's Larissa Brown of Canada. Silver medals in the 100 and the 200. Both times she finished behind this lady, Gabriela Ferreira of Brazil. And then completing the three-athlete lineup in the under-20 age group, Meritxell Playa-Faus, so that long jump competition will get underway very shortly. We've had two of the athletes in the under 18 age group go already. And as ever, the points will be calculated to find out who ends up finishing where. This is the start list for our next race on track, which will be underway very shortly. Home interest in the shape of Andrin de Schwanden. And then two Australian athletes, Nathan Donaldson and Gregory Luff. So three athletes. Gold and silver, the medals that are on the table.
Presentation 400 meters T34.
So here are the athletes and the lanes that they'll be competing in. For the men's 400 meters T34 under 18 race, in lane 5 for Australia, Gregory Luff. Gold in the 100, gold in the 200. Here's a hat-trick on the cards for the 17-year-old. In 4, Andrin de Schwanden of Switzerland. Huge amount of support for him. Can he get a medal in front of his home crowd? And in lane 3, Nathan Donaldson of Australia. Bronze in the 100 and the 200. So this is the men's 400 metres, T34 under 18s. Donaldson in 3, De Schwanden in 4, Luff in lane 5. And away we go then. 2 Australian athletes either side of Andrin De Schwanden, and Nathan Donaldson in lane 3 has already made up the move on the inside of the Swiss athlete. Gregory Luff out all on his own in lane 5 as he comes around into the home straight. So it's Luff from Donaldson from De Schwanden, and the form book would suggest that this was the way that this race was going to go. Gregory Luff seeking 3 golds from 3 in what would have to be somewhere near a perfect championships for him, should he be able to achieve that. Still working hard around the top bend is Nathan Donaldson in lane 3 for Australia. But as we come around into the home straight, there is absolutely no doubt about the class of this athlete. Gregory Luff of Australia, gold in the 100, gold in the 200, and it's going to be gold in the 400 as well. Has a look behind him to see where his teammate is. Donaldson crosses the line second. And great support here for Andrin De Schwanden, who actually took up athletics for the first time whilst in rehab here at the Swiss Paraplegic Centre just across the way. Great support, hundreds of people here to cheer him over the line. Fantastic to see. Andrin De Schwanden, still only 15 years of age. So he's got a lot of time to continue to improve. It was a supreme performance by Gregory Luff. That man there, Nathan Donaldson, crossing the line for silver in the men's 400 metres, T34 under 18. Hugely popular and very well liked, this man, Andrin De Schwanden. We see the start of Nathan Donaldson working really hard to get things moving as quickly as possible. He made a move and got past De Schwanden fairly early on. But it was always this man's race to lose, you feel, after gold in the 100 and the 200. And there you see the margin between him and his compatriot Nathan Donaldson. Gregory Luff came through to seal a super hat-trick. Donaldson across the line in silver, and here is the support for Andrin De Schwanden of Switzerland. Encouraged to work right through to the line. The next race on track is another 400 metres in the T34 classification. This time we're concerned with the under-20s age group. And as it has been throughout these championships, it's a straight head-to-head between Norris Foster of the USA and Craig Boardman of Great Britain.
In a few minutes, we could come to the last race, wheelchair race of that championship, but that's not the last race overall. I announce you
There is Norris Foster of the USA. Over 100 metres and 200 metres. It's been him versus Craig Boardman of Great Britain. And in both races, Boardman's come out on top. In the 100 metres, he sealed a European record of 15.25 seconds. So he's feeling pretty quick. Norris Foster's last chance to win the head-to-head battle. 400 metres, of course, completely different race to the 100 and 200 that have come before it. Team GB, interested onlookers. Trying to see how fast this man can go, Craig Boardman. Can he make it 3 wins from 3, 3 goals from 3, 3 individual victories over Norris Foster from 3? We are not far away at all from finding out. This is the last individual race of these World Para-Athletics Junior Championships. We have got a relay to come later on this evening for you.
Athletes presentation, 400 meters, T34, men under 20.
So here are the 2 men that will do battle over 1 lap of this track. Norris Foster of the USA in 4. Twice defeated by this man in lane 3, Craig Boardman.
Lane 3 from Great Britain, Craig Boardman.
I'm sure Norris Foster will have been thinking of ways to try and beat the Brit. Time for thinking is over. The time for delivering on the track is here for both of these athletes. Boardman in lane 3 for Great Britain. Foster in lane 4 for the United States of America. Away we go then. Boardman in 3, Foster in 4. Boardman absolutely motoring early on and has already gone past Norris Foster. Boardman building up ahead of steam pretty quickly. See as it straightens out and as they get into their rhythm whether Norris Foster can keep Boardman in his sights. Boardman is still travelling at some speed down the back straight. Now Foster's got going. The gap not getting any bigger. But Boardman is leading this out as he has done from the opening few metres. Craig Boardman of Great Britain. Double gold medalist here in Nottwil, and he's coming down to take a trio of them. Really good performance again from Craig Boardman, and it's pretty quick too. 54.13 is the unconfirmed time there. Norris Foster crosses the line a couple of seconds down the road. But in the Boardman versus Foster show, as it's been in the T34 classification under 20s age group, Boardman makes it 3 from 3.
Javelin throw seating category has finished. Back to the long jump woman.
It's back to the drawing board for Norris Foster. Craig Boardman, 3 golds, a European record in the 100 metres. Job done for him at these World Para-Athletics Junior Championships. There we go, even before we straightened out onto the back straight, he'd got himself ahead of Norris Foster. Then when it straightened out, Foster did manage to keep the gap pretty steady for a while. But Borden was superb again on the top bend. And the celebration as he crossed the line there. Felt good for him, looked good for us. He is a man in fine form, and Norris Foster was unable to do anything about it. Result to confirm in the under-18 edition of that 400-metre race, and a confirmed gold for Gregory Luff of Australia, 101.64. Silver for Nathan Donaldson of Australia, 106 flat. So only a gold and silver in that, but the ever-popular Andrin de Schwanden of Switzerland crossing the line in 122.84. So we go over to the women's long jump once again in the T11 to T13 classifications. This is Isabel Vera Balcazar. And there you see, she's red flag, but you see her guide, her assistant there in the orange bib next to the official with the flags, giving verbal instructions. They are to help time the pace of the run-up, the direction of the run-up, and the point of takeoff as well. We'll move up now into the under-20s age group. Larissa Brown of Canada.
Silver medalist, representing Germany, Christian Joshua Adele.
So Larissa Brown standing by, waiting patiently. I've got some background noise going on here at the Sport Arena Nottwil with the some medal ceremonies taking place, which obviously could have an effect on this long jump competition based on the fact that Larissa Brown has a guide, has an assistant there giving verbal cues. So we'll wait until the stadium falls silent, I think, before Larissa Brown will go, just to make sure that she is in the best position possible to hear the instructions that her guide is giving to her. So in the T11 and T12 classifications, it's a slightly different takeoff point used. So what we just witnessed with the T13 athletes in this competition a moment ago. There you see the assistant waiting patiently. And you can see there, just behind the assistant, is a larger white square, and if the athlete takes off from any point within that square, then it's a legal jump, and the jump is measured from the point of takeoff within that square, and the assistant is there to give verbal cues to, as I say, time the run-up and also time the moment when the athlete takes off within that area, and then the footprint is imprinted and it's measured from that point. So that's how this long jump competition works in the T11 to T13 classifications, the visual impairment classifications. Here's the clapping, often shouting used as well by the assistant. He'll get out of the way and Larissa Brown will take off. Did she just put a toe over that takeoff area that we were just looking at? No, it's white flagged. So that looks like a fairly healthy opener for Larissa Brown. There she is. Each placement of the foot timed with the clap of the guide who just steps out of the way at the last moment, and there's the takeoff right at the front of it. So that's where it will be measured from, the front of that takeoff point. And they just need to smooth things out a bit so that we know where the next athlete took off from. So 4:75 is the opening round for Larissa Brown of Canada. Next to go, Gabriela Ferreira of Brazil. And we know how quick Ferreira is, having seen her win gold in the 100 and the 200 as well. And there we put a marker in. There's the footprint. So it's taken from the frontmost point of that footprint. That's where the tape measure starts. You see Ferreira being instructed and guided into when to take off by her assistant. Now there's a wry smile on her face and a shake of the arm. I'm not quite sure what to make of that. I'm not a body language expert. It's measured, would you believe, at 4:74, which is 1 centimetre short of Larissa Brown's first round jump. Those two directly competing with each other in the T12 classification. This is the third and final athlete in this under-20s field, Meritxell Playa Faus of Spain. She is a T11 athlete. Officials just making sure everything's prepared for her. In the meantime, we can confirm the times from the men's 400 metres T33 to 34 under-20s race. Craig Boardman of Great Britain, 54 seconds, 0.11, 839 points. Another very respectable time indeed set by Craig Boardman on his road to his third gold medal. Second place, but no medal in that for Norris Foster of the USA. 58 seconds flat, 608 points for him. Javelin results as well. In the F51 to 57 under-18s age group, a non-medal event, just one athlete in that, Saud Abdulaziz Rahmatullah, 8 meters 25 for him. And then it was a medal competition in the under-20s age group, and gold with a very, very good throw of 31 meters 63 went to Mahmoud Ahmadi Balataki of Iran. 912 points that equates to for the F56 athlete. Silver for Fernando de la Calleja Gallardo of Mexico. 21.76. 715 points in the F54 classification. Ready for the next jump in the women's long jump, T11 to T13 then. Meritxell Playa Faus. It's one thing for athletes in the T11 classification to run in either completely blacked out glasses or have their eyes covered. But when we're talking about a long jump, you are trusting 100% in the guide and the assistant there who's shouting the instruction to run at full pelt, jump when you're told to jump. It really is a fascinating concept. 4:26 is the opening round contribution from Meritthel Playa Faust. You have to have complete trust in your support team, who are equally vital to the overall performance, you'd have to say. So into round 2 then. Back into the under-18s. Alba Garcia Falajan. The assistant there clapping to indicate the start of the run-up. He will have vocally said when to take off as well for Garcia. Took off right at the very beginning of that takeoff area. $3.99 it is in round 2 for her. Just, and only just shy of the 4-meter mark. And when the material is relayed there in the takeoff area to make sure that the point of takeoff is measured accurately. Just have to get the broom out just to make sure, because of the breeze, that white powder doesn't creep onto the runway and affect the athlete's approach. Isabel Vera Balcazar of Spain then. No jump in round 1. Three claps to indicate the start of the run-up. And again, the takeoff from the very start of that takeoff area. But again, the jump will be measured from the frontmost point of it.
For 100 meter woman, T51 to T54, under 18. Please welcome
The little marker right at the very beginning of that takeoff area.
The medals will be presented by Gao Hauge, World Paralympic Senior Manager.
And it's been measured at 3.75 for Vera Balcazar, so 24 centimeters short of the 3.99 posted by her teammate Alba Garcia Falagan in round 2.
Silver medalist representing Argentina, Lucia Montenegro.
So the long jump will have to take a brief pause while we give out a few more medals at the other end of the stadium. Perfect opportunity for us to take a break to make sure that you don't miss anything, and we'll be back with you in a couple of moments.
Do you sometimes wish your life was more exciting?
Here we go.
Diesen Sommer steht der Welt Großes bevor. Der Allianz Tag des Kinos. Am 3. September nur 5 Franken pro Ticket.
Do you sometimes wish your life was more exciting?
Here we go.
Diesen Sommer steht der Welt Großes bevor. Der Allianz Tag des Kinos. Am 3. September nur 5 Franken pro Ticket.
Welcome back to Nottwil. We're getting towards the closing stages of the final session of the final day of action in the 2017 World Para Athletics Junior Championships. We're firmly focused on the women's long jump in the T11 to T13 classifications at the moment. 4 meters 79 for Larissa Brown just happened. This is Gabriela Ferreira of Brazil with her second round jump in the under-20s age group. 4.74 she managed in round one, 1 centimetre shy of Larissa Brown, who's improved on her first round jump by 4 centimetres herself. So both of these athletes are pushing towards 5 meters. Let's see what Ferreira's jump is measured at. It is 4.88, so very good indeed from Gabriela Ferreira. That takes her ahead of Larissa Brown in the under-20s. Them two both T12 classified athletes. This is the third and final athlete in that field, Meritxell Playa Faust of Spain. She's in the T11 classification. So all the distances within this under-20 competition will be converted into points. Playa Faust opened with 4 meters 26.
4 meters 88 in long jump for Gabriela Ferreira, Brazil.
What can Playa Faust produce in round two? There you see her assistant timing and vocalizing her run up and take off. Oh, and just fell backwards a touch as she slid into the sand there. That may have cost her a few centimeters. But her coaches and assistants will analyze it for her and describe exactly how it went. She'll know how it felt as well, of course. There you see, she just slid back.
Bronze medalist representing the United States of America.
And it was measured at 4.47 for Playa Faust, so it was an improvement, but you feel if she just didn't have that slip in the landing, could have been over 4.5 meters.
Representing Mexico.
We'll have to hold up the long jump for another moment or two while we get through another ceremony. Do have to try and squeeze them in where we can because there are an awful lot of them.
Representing
And if we tried to do them all at the end, I don't think anybody would get any sleep here in Nottwil, so I guess it's up to the athlete whether they want to go for it or not. And Garcia Falagan squeezing her jump in between the announcement of the gold medalist and the national anthem. Perfectly in sync. Garcia Falagan, 3:99 in round 2. She'd done enough this time to squeeze over the 4-meter mark. She has indeed, and squeeze over it she does. 4 meters and 2 centimeters. 3 centimeter improvement on round 2. Next to go will be Isabel Vera Balcazar, compatriot of Garcia Falagan, also in the T12 classification. A no jump and 375. The first 2 rounds of performance for her. And I'm sure she'll have just been told that her teammate went over 4 meters. She's not bothered about the national anthem of America playing in the background. She's going to go, but she took off just after that white chalked takeoff area. So it's another no jump for Vera Balcazar. Deep in conversation with her assistant. They'll be working hard to find a way just to readjust things slightly. Maybe it's a case of moving the marker back a touch. Maybe it's a case of either lengthening or shortening the strides of the run. There you see her right foot past that area. Has to take off within that white area. Larissa Brown of Canada. 3rd round for her. 4:79 in round 2. A quicker clap from her assistant than we've seen with the Spanish athletes just gone in the under-18s category. Another decent effort for Larissa Brown. 475 and 479. She's been consistent and solid so far.
Ladies and gentlemen, victory ceremony for javelin men. F35 to F38 on the 20. Please welcome the medalist.
And it's in the 470s again. 472 this time. Consistency, the name of the game at the moment for Larissa Brown, but she's just short of her T12 rival Gabriela Ferreira of Brazil. There is Gabriela Ferreira. Was just behind Brown after round 1, 474, being beaten by the Canadians 475, but Ferreira produced a very good 488 in round 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Colombia.
Up to Gabriela Ferreira now, whether she feels comfortable to jump while the national anthem of Colombia is played. One would suggest, by the way, that she's currently turned her back on the long jump pit, that she'll wait for this to conclude. So much of this long jump competition relies on hearing exactly what the guides and assistants are saying and exactly the rhythm at which they're either clapping or calling. So no surprise that Gabriela Ferreira is going to wait this out. There you see in the background the rolling hills of the countryside surrounding this town. And just through the fence you can just see Lake Sempak as well. We're on the shores. We've even got a beach here in what has been a wonderful setting and a very friendly host town. Here goes Gabriela Ferreira then. .488 in round 2. Expect with her sprinting pedigree to have great pace and taking off right in the middle of the takeoff area. And she is out past 5 meters. Good effort indeed from Gabriela Ferreira. 5 meters, 10 centimeters. Well, she didn't look particularly happy at first glance, but she's cleared 5 meters. And she's in control of that battle between her and Larissa Brown of Canada. She's on her back there on the right of your picture, though, Gabriela Ferreira. I'm not sure whether she's got a slight problem or not. That may have been more of the reason why she looked unhappy rather than the length of the jump. Playa Faust of Spain, at T11 classification. Here she goes with a few bounds before she settles into her sprinting rhythm. Playa Faust, 4:26 in round 1, 4:47 in round 2. You see kick up of the dust there. And it's another improvement for the Spanish athlete, up to 4 meters 55 rather. Playa Faust, a very experienced athlete, came 5th at the European Championships in Grosseto last year. And it was 4:46 that she jumped last year, so she's up on that she performed at a senior European Championships last year. Alba Garcia Fanagan of Spain. We're into round 4 now. 4:02 in round 3 for her.
Gold medalist representing Poland, Łukasz Czernecki.
There's an improvement of 3 centimeters on her effort from round 2. Garcia Fanagan. Sort of a halfway split in this under-18s age group long jump. The 2 T13 athletes, Margarita Pacciola and Maria Garcia, have already been.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Poland.
And that is 4:04 for Garcia Fanagan, so that's a further improvement of 2 centimeters. 399, 4:02, 4:04. It's a very steady improvement, but it's improvement nonetheless. We've got another national anthem playing, but Isabel Vera Balcazar looks as if she's going to take on her 4th round jump anyway. She does.
Ladies and gentlemen, the World Junior
She's only had 1 jump measured so far. No jump in round 1 or 3. Posted 375 in round 2. This one's going to be measured as well. .387 it's measured at, so that's an improvement of 12 centimetres for her on her previous distance of 375. Larissa Brown then. 475, 479, 472. Gabriela Ferreira has gone past 5 metres now. That has to be the target for Larissa Brown in round 4. Responding to the claps of her guide. It's pretty difficult to work out in terms of position in the sandpit to work out the distance, because all the athletes can take off at slightly different parts of that takeoff area. All 3 of Brown's jumps have been within 7 centimetres of each other. Looks like another fairly good effort. And would you believe it, it's in the 470s again, 474. So 475, 479, 472, 474. What can Larissa Brown do with her final 2 jumps just to find an extra bit of an edge? Gabriela Ferreira has leapt 5 metres and 10 centimetres. That came in the previous round. Can she go even further than that? She looked in a bit of discomfort after round 3, and she's just stayed on her back for a moment or 2 after that one as well. Physically very demanding to do the 100, the 200 and the long jump in a 4-day championships. I guess it's all worth it if you come away with gold medals. She has done in 2 of those 3 disciplines so far. She has gone over 5 metres again. It's not quite an improvement on round 3 though. 5:08 for Gabriela Ferreira of Brazil.
Gabriela Ferreira, Brazil.
Meritell Playa Faust, round 4 effort for the T11 athlete. 426, 447, 455 is how her scorecard reads so far. Again with her unique 3 bounds before she starts to get the leg speed going. Decent hang time as well. And that is her best yet at 4 metres 57. 2 centimetres further than round 3's 4:55.
Silver medalist, representing Spain, Sergio Alamar Garcia.
This is Alba Garcia Falagan preparing for her penultimate jump in this women's long jump. T11 to T13. She's moving her right arm in the rhythm of the clapping of her assistant. She comes down into the takeoff area. 4:04 her best. That was achieved in the previous round.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national
We see her taking off well within that takeoff area. Maybe just tucked her legs up a touch. It's another 2 centimetre improvement at 4:06. So 3:99, 4:02, 4:04, 4:06. Little by little, Garcia Falagan is going further and further. Her compatriot Isabel Vera Balcazar, not over 4 meters in the 2 jumps that she's had measured, 3:75 and 3:87. Here she goes now with her penultimate effort. Remember these 2 athletes, Garcia Falagan and Vera Balcazar, vying to put in the best distance possible to convert into as high a points total as possible to try and beat the 2 T13 athletes that have already been in this under-18 competition, Pacciola of Italy and Garcia Melero of Spain. That's 3:86 for Isabel Vera Balcazar, 1 centimetre shy of the 3:87 she managed in round 4.
Ladies and gentlemen, the World Junior Championship medalists.
So we're getting into the business end of this women's long jump. Each of Larissa Brown's previous 4 jumps have surpassed the 4:70 mark. She's creeping towards 5 meters. If it all comes together, she may well be capable of just about getting there. She glides down the runway. I think she was just over the takeoff area there. No, says the official, white flag. She wasn't over it. At first glance, she certainly used plenty of it. See if we can tell from this angle. Difficult to see from there. This one will tell us better. Just inside. Very good from Larissa Brown. Very good in terms of the takeoff, but of course each jump is measured from the point of takeoff within that area. So 4:52. There's no improvement from her best jump of 4:79, which came in round 2. Gabriela Ferreira in the same classification of Larissa Brown. 5:10 she jumped in round 3. Can she go even further? It's white flagged after the official scrutinised the takeoff. Again though, Ferreira looks in a bit of discomfort. She's giving absolutely everything to this. Now she would love to make it gold in the 100, gold in the 200 and gold in the long jump. That would represent a terrific display at these championships, and that represents a terrific display in the long jump pit. 5 meters 13. She further improves on the 5:10 from round 3. Good stuff from Gabriela Ferreira, who may well be struggling physically, but she's still, when it matters the most, able to produce. Playa Faust with her penultimate jump in this under-20s long jump competition. See her assistant there shouting words of advice. It's white flagged for Nottwil Playa Faust, who's improved with each round of this long jump competition. Take off again, just about within the realms of the takeoff area. 4:52 it is, over 4.5 meters again, but 5 centimeters short of her best of 4:57. Into the final round then. Alba Garcia Falagan of Spain. A best so far of 4 meters and 6 centimeters. Improved with every round. Can she produce improvement in round 6 of 6? White flag it is, there we see, after the takeoff point is observed. .406 is her own personal target. So make it improvement round on round. And she has done it. That's very good 6 rounds of jumping from Alba Garcia Falagan, up to 4:10. You can do no more than continue to get the best out of yourself, and she continued to do so consistently. Her compatriot Isabel Vera Balcazar will go next for her final effort. She's not managed to surpass the 4 meter mark in this competition. 3:87 remains her best from round 4. 3:86 in round 5 as well. She's got the capability to get out towards 4 meters. Has she got the capability to go past it? She's done all she can do to try and put herself in the hunt for a medal. Her compatriot Maria de Los Angeles Garcia Melero has already been in this competition, the T13 classification. 3:76. No improvement in the final round for Isabel Vera Balcazar, so her best remains at 3:87. So that's the under-18 competition complete. Those distances, as ever, will be converted into points using the Raza point score system. And when they are, we'll have 4 athletes in order, 1 to 4, and the top 3 will get gold, silver and bronze. That's how it works. So we've got 3 more jumps to go in this long jump. Well, this is Gabriela Ferreira of Brazil. 5 meters 13 in round 5 was a fabulous effort. Has she got any more left? It's her final jump of these championships. Her final jump for gold. She's been struggling since round 3, moving very uneasily. Tries to put that out of her mind before she starts each jump though. She lets out a big roar as she takes off. It's 480 for Gabriela Ferreira. Last to go, but certainly not least, Nottwil Playa Faust of Spain.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Chile.
Her best in this competition, 4 meters 57. Remember, she is a T11 athlete. Nottwil Playa Faust. So she's not directly competing in terms of distance entirely with the 2 T12 athletes in this under-20 competition, but she'll want to jump as far as possible to amass as many points as possible to put herself in the mix. Only gold and silver on offer in this under-20s competition. With the 3 characteristic bounds before she makes the approach one last time. White flag is shown. All that remains to be seen is whether she can improve on the 4:57.
Ladies and gentlemen, the World Junior Champion.
Taking off just at the end of the takeoff area. It's measured at 4:48. So no improvement on her best of 4:57, but very consistent performance across the board from Nottwil Playa Faust. So that concludes all of the field action at these World Para-Athletics Junior Championships. We'll get the results to you as soon as we get them in our hands here in the commentary box. Don't go away though, because there is still a bit more action to come. We're going to have a relay event, 4x100 meters. Team Argentina, Team Japan, Team Nordic and Team USA will all compete against each other in a few minutes.
Do you sometimes wish your life was more exciting?
Here we go.
Diesen Sommer steht der Welt Großes bevor. Der Allianz Tag des Kinos. Am 3. September nur 5 Franken pro Ticket.
Do you sometimes wish your life was more exciting?
Here we go.
Diesen Sommer steht der Welt Großes bevor. Der Allianz Tag des Kinos. Am 3. September nur 5 Franken pro Ticket.
Next and last race.
Welcome back to the 2017 World Para-Athletics Junior Championships live from Nottwil, Switzerland. We have got one more pretty special event coming up. I'm told it's the first time anything like this has ever really been tried. It's a 4x100 meter relay between Team Argentina, Team Japan, Team Nordic and Team USA. So the stipulations for this one, each team must have 2 male and 2 female athletes. They can be chosen within any of the 4 different classifications. The first leg is an athlete from the T11 to T13 classifications. The second leg is an athlete from the T42 to 47 classifications. The third leg is T35 to T38 athletes. And the fourth leg is the T33 to T34 or T53 to T54 athletes. There is no baton involved. The athletes pass on the next 100 meters of the race to their teammate by a touch of any part of the body. So lots going on in this. Athletes from 4 different classification groups. 2 men, 2 women in each team, and in the case of Team Nordic, it's athletes from different countries as well. This is being trialled with a view to possible inclusion in future Paralympic Games. It will be seen for the very first time here in Nottwil to sign off the World Para-Athletics Junior Championships. And plenty of people are here to see how it pans out. Should be interesting. Should be a lot of fun as well, which is part of the point of it. We've spoken a number of times over the last few days. There's a big banner for Craig Boardman of Team GB, going for goal, it says. Oh, there's our friend from Mexico. How that man sustained his energy levels for 4 days, I've got no idea. There's the singing Mexico coach, there he is. They've been one of the most characterful teams, Mexico. We pass over Team GB. Plenty of them, plenty of medals won for them as well. Speaking to their head coach before the start of these championships, said she didn't really know what to expect. I'm sure a lot of the young members of her team have done her proud. Japan, supporting Team Japan in this relay, I'm sure. A couple more Brits, some members of Team Australia. And there are the athletes gathering for this 4x100 meter relay. Really can't wait for this. We won't have to wait an awful lot longer. I'm sure they'll be released from the holding area shortly. Vegard Dragson Nielsen of Norway, very keen to get going. He will run the first leg for Team Nordic. There's some support for Team USA on the sidelines. In the meantime, some results to bring you from the long jump competitions that we were just watching. Recently concluded, results hot off the press in my hands. In the under 18s category, remember in the T11 to T13 classifications, gold for Maria de Los Angeles Garcia Melero of Spain, silver for Italy's Margherita Pacciola, and bronze went to Alba Garcia Falagan of Spain. And in the under 20s, Meritxell Playa Faus, her jump of 4:57, accumulated 901 points, and that was good enough for gold. Larissa Brown of Canada, silver medalist, a jump of 4:79. So the first leg of this 4x100 meter relay will be run by athletes in the visual impairment classifications. It'll be Timothy Tanner to go first for USA. They'll go in lane 7. There he is, settling himself in, making sure the blocks are as he requires them to be. And the athletes positioning themselves out at each of the 100 meter markers. They're going for Japan first is Junki Matsunaga. For Team Argentina first, just going through a test start, Rolando Ezequiel Palacio, his guide Juan Hasid. So a reminder, if you're not quite following, we've got mixed gender multi-classification 4x100 meter relay. It's a fairly complicated affair, which is why it's taking us a few moments to get things set up. I have just had a correction to the long jump under 20 T11 to T13 classification results. Still in gold medal position, Meritxell Playa Faus of Spain. The jump of 4:57, 901 points, really, really good from her. Silver was actually Gabriela Ferreira of Brazil. That's been corrected. 5:13 her jump, 590 points, pipping Larissa Brown to the silver medal. No bronze for Larissa Brown, with there only being 3 athletes in that field.
Vorgeschrieben ist einzig eben diese Klasseneinteilung, damit auf der gleichen Strecke auch gleich starke Athletinnen und Athleten gegeneinander laufen.
So let's talk you through the teams then. That's how they will line up. Or rather, that's the 4 teams that are competing. Team Japan, Team USA, Team Nordic and Team Argentina. Team Argentina will go in lane 1. They'll be led out by Rolando Ezequiel Palacio. Second leg for Argentina will be Alberto Nicolas Perez. We've got a silver medal in the long jump. No medals on offer for this team event. So 2 males on the first 2 legs for Argentina. Then in the T35 to 38 classification on the 3rd stint will be Nadia Berenice Scorbini. And bringing it home for Argentina, Lucia Montenegro, who's looked very good over 1, 2 and 400 meters here at these World Championships. Japan will go in lane 3. Junki Matsunaga will start for them. Honoka Misu will go on the 2nd leg. She got gold in the T42 to T47 100 meters. So the quickest athlete they could have picked there. 3rd leg, Kotomi Yoshikawa of Japan, who got bronze in the 200 meters in her classification. And bringing it home for Japan will be Riku Wakayama, who was narrowly pipped away from bronze in the 400 meters earlier on. Then in lane 5 will be Team Nordic. That's made up of competitors from 3 different countries. First out for them will be Vegard Dragson Nielsen. Next will be his compatriot from Norway, Ann Selda Delila. 3rd leg for Team Nordic will be Iceland's Helena Hilmarsdottir. And then completing the lineup for Team Nordic, Finland's Nico Risteranta. And then in lane 7, we have Team USA. Timothy Tanner will get things going for them, the 200 meters silver medalist. Then 2nd, Beatrice Hatz did the sprint double, gold in the 100 and the 200. In the T42 to T47 classifications, so she's extremely quick. Derek Monk, the 800 meter gold medalist, will take up the 3rd stint, and then they'll be brought home by Abby Farrell on the anchor leg for Team USA. So this is the very last event of the 2017 World Para-Athletics Junior Championships. It'll be an exciting one. Reminder, the first leg, an athlete from the T11 to T13 classifications. The 2nd leg, an athlete from the T42 to T47 classifications. 3rd leg, T35 to T38 athlete, and in the 4th, either from the T33 to 34 classifications or T53 to 54. People clamouring to get a front row view. This has been an eagerly anticipated event. I've had a brief delay in getting it started. We had to wrap up the women's long jump. We had to get everything set up, ready for it. A reminder, there is no baton in this relay. The exchange from one athlete to the next is by a touch of any part of the body. There's a sense of anticipation around the sports arena Nottwil here. Nobody really quite knows what to expect from this. It's a world first, the first time it's been tried. Lots of talk over a number of years of different teams wanting to bring in different relays into the Paralympics. But nobody could ever agree unanimously which classifications would be involved. If you have a relay for one particular group of classifications, then the argument is that you'd need one for all of them. So this is an attempt to include a team event with athletes of multiple different classifications. And we are just about ready for it. 4 teams, 4 by 100 meters. The final action of the 2017 World Para Athletics Junior Championships.
Presentation for the last event of this championship.
Here we go then. The last event of the inaugural World Para Athletics Junior Championships in Lane 7, Team USA.
Lane 7, Team USA, starting
being led out by Timothy Tanner. What an opportunity for these athletes to represent their country in a team event. In Lane 5, Team Nordic, made up of athletes from Norway, Iceland and Finland. It's Norway's Vegard Dragsen Nielsen that will run the first leg for them.
Lane 3.
Then in Lane 3, it's the team from Japan. Junki Matsunaga will run the first leg for them. And finally, on the inside, running in Lane 1, Team Argentina. Lots of noisy Team Argentina fans right in front of the commentary box here. Rolando Ezequiel Palacio is tasked with the first 100 meters for Team Argentina. So it's mixed gender, multi-classification, 4 by 100 meter relay. In Lane 1, Team Argentina. In Lane 3, Team Japan. In Lane 5, Team Nordic. And in 7 is Team USA. Four by 100 meters. Mixed gender, multi-classification. First time a race like this has been conducted. And it will sign off the World Para Athletics Junior Championships 2017. Away we go, first time then in the T11 to T13 classification. Plenty of support from all the teams, and it's a fairly even keel as we go around to the first changeover. Remember, no baton, just a touch of any part of the body to pass on to the next athlete. And away we go down the back straight in the lane 7. Team USA going very nicely, but then Team Argentina in Alberto Nicolas Perez is making up some ground straight away. Remember, 2 athletes male, 2 athletes female for each team. Team USA certainly have the advantage at this stage, you'd have to say, as Derek Mont runs around the top bend, and he will pass on to Abby Farrell. Touch on the back, and Team USA are into the home straight. Argentina have just passed over, as well as have Japan. Honoka Misu is trying to hunt down Abby Farrell, but she's been given too much of a lead by her Team USA teammates. Team USA will win the 4x100 meter relay from Team Japan. Team Argentina across the line in 3rd place. And then coming through to complete the race, Team Nordic. Well, it was as breathless and as fascinating as we thought it would be, but Team USA had some real star athletes in there, and that shone through. Team USA are victorious in the 4x100 meters. And that brings to a close the action here at the World Para-Athletics Junior Championships 2017. I think it was a fitting way to do that as well.
First victory ceremonies and then closing ceremony in the sports hall.
Plenty of handshaking going on between the different teams within their fellow compatriots, as well as the other 3 nations or regions, if you like, if you take into consideration Team Nordic.
Und unmittelbar nach der letzten Siegerehrung dann die offizielle Schlussfeier dieser Weltmeisterschaften in der Sporthalle im Paraplegikerzentrum nebenan.
So let's have a look back at that 4x100 meter relay. That was Beatrice Hatz on the 2nd stint for Team USA, passing on to Derek Mont and putting him in well ahead. There he is at the top of your picture, tapping Abby Farrell on the back, and Farrell got motoring down the outside lane there, despite a really quick last leg from Ruku Wakayama of Japan. They crossed the line in 2nd. Argentina 3rd with Lucia Montenegro. All smiles from Abby Farrell. She's competed solo in all of her events here at these World Championships. A couple of times she's competed with under-18 athletes to have some on-track company, if you like. That was the first time she's raced directly against anybody else in a competitive race here at these World Championships, and she brought it home for Team USA.
Do you sometimes wish your life was more exciting?
Here we go.
Diesen Sommer steht der Welt Großes bevor. Allianz Tag des Kinos. Am 3. September nur 5 Franken pro Ticket.
you sometimes wish your life was more exciting?
Here we go.
Diesen Sommer steht der Welt Großes bevor. Der Allianz Tag des Kinos. Am 3. September nur 5 Franken pro Ticket.
Welcome back to the World Para-Athletics Junior Championships live from Nottwil. The action on the track and in the field has come to a close here for these inaugural championships. We've got medal ceremonies to go. That was the tail end of Craig Boardman receiving his gold medal in the men's T33 to 34 400 metres under 20s age group. And that's Team Argentina, who we just saw come third in the first ever 4x100 metre team event relay. What a fascinating watch that was. Almost gate crashing the presentation ceremony, Argentina. This the presentation ceremony for the men's javelin F51 to 57. Fernando de la Calleja for Gallardo. Silver for Mexico. The gold went to Mahmoud Ahmadi Balataki of Iran. He does the double in the throws after winning gold in the shot put as well here in Nottwil. Only gold and silver in this, with it just being a 3-man field. So it's gold once again for Iran, who've had a very good World Para-Athletics Junior Championships. Mahmoud Ahmadi Balataki wins the men's javelin F51 to 57. Silver for De La Calleja of Mexico and gold for Mahmoud Ahmadi Balataki of Iran in the men's javelin F51 to 57 under 20s. 2 golds to take home with him for Ahmadi Balataki. Won the shot put and won the javelin too. Medal ceremony now for the men's T33 to T34. 400 metres under 18s. Huge support from the Australian team because there are only 2 men on the podium and they are both wearing the green and gold of Australia. Nathan Donaldson, silver medalist. But for Nathan Donaldson, there was no catching this man. Gold in the 100, gold in the 200. Took on the 400, gold as well for him. A hat-trick of gold medals for Gregory Luff of Australia. Completes a magical 4 days for Gregory Luff. I know his family have been watching the live stream at home all the way back in Australia. 3 gold medals for you to enjoy. Smile you might, Gregory Luff, smile you should. It's a hat trick of gold medals, 3 from 3 at these World Para-Athletics Junior Championships. Gold in the 1, 2 and 400 metres in the T33 to 34 classifications. Good photo opportunity for the Australian team to celebrate the success of their medalists. Come on, lads, that'll do, surely. Faces must be hurting the amount of smiles. There we go. Go and celebrate with your teammates.
Ladies and gentlemen, victory ceremony.
This medal ceremony for the women's long jump, F11 to F13 in the under 18s age group.
Bronze medalist, representing Spain.
Bronze in this one, Alba Garcia Falagan of Spain. Her first medal of the championships, Garcia Falagan. Margherita Pacciola of Italy, bronze in the 100 metres, bronze in the 200 metres. It's silver going around her neck this time. She seems pretty happy about it.
Representing Spain, Maria de Los Angeles Garcia Melero.
This lady knows what it's like to win gold here already in Nottwil. Maria de Los Angeles Garcia Melero. Silver in the 200 meters, but gold in the 100 and now gold in the long jump as well. That's a fine collection to take back to Spain. She's the women's long jump F11 to F13 under 18 world champion. Gold for Maria Garcia of Spain, silver for Margarita Pacciola of Italy, and bronze for Alba Garcia of Spain. Pacciola looks like she's enjoying herself, as well she might. Trio of medals to take away with her. Nice to see so many people sticking around to share in the success of these athletes. Now the ceremony for the under-20s in that women's long jump, F11 to F13. Only 3 athletes competing, so only 2 medals to distribute. Silver to Gabriela Ferreira of Brazil. 5 meters 13 was her effort. 590 multi-classification points, beating her fellow F12 athlete Larissa Brown. But the gold went to the only F11 athlete in the field, Meritxell Playa Faus. She got bronze in the 100 meters here in Nottwil. But in the long jump, with a terrific effort of 4 meters 57 for 901 points. She's the gold medalist, and she is the world junior champion. Huge smile on the face of Spain's Meritxell Playa Faus, gold medalist in the women's F11 to F13 under 20s long jump. Silver for Gabriela Ferreira of Brazil. So that brings to a close these World Para-Athletics Junior Championships 2017. No more action to bring you, no more presentations to bring you. The closing ceremony will take place for the athletes, coaches, officials, volunteers a bit later on this evening. But that's all we've got for you on this live stream from the inaugural World Para-Athletics Junior Championships. We've seen world records, fierce competition, international friendships forming, and plenty that points towards future editions of these championships being highly successful. We thank you very much for joining us wherever you are in the world. Goodbye from Nottwil, and goodbye from the 2017 World Para-Athletics Junior Championships here in Nottwil, Switzerland.
through me. And then that look of shame inside my eyes. So I'd rather turn away, 'cause things you're gonna say will break her heart and make her cry. There's never been a right time to say goodbye. To say goodbye. And I know lies would only hurt her. And I could never deceive her in that way. But either way, she'll end up crying. And I'd sooner walk away and let her love again. But anyway, our love's dying.
Do you sometimes wish your life was more exciting?
Here we go.
Diesen Sommer steht der Welt Großes bevor. Der Allianz Tag des Kinos. Am 3. September nur 5 Franken pro Ticket.
Do you sometimes wish your life was more exciting?
Here we go.
Diesen Sommer steht der Welt Großes bevor. Der Allianz Tag des Kinos. Am 3. September nur 5 Franken pro Ticket.